Welcome to the Hillsdale Online Courses Podcast. I'm Kyle Mernon, the Director of Online Learning at Hillsdale College.
And I'm Juan Dávalos, the Director of Marketing for Online Learning here at the college. And this is the Hillsdale College Online Courses Podcast. We are currently going through the Real American Founding. Today we are going to Lecture 4, which is titled Foreign and Domestic Policy.
So today's lecture sparked in my mind the question that Dr. Azar had ended Lecture 1 on, which is, who's your favorite founder? And there's a lot to choose from, and there are a lot of good reasons to choose any number of founders. But my choice would be Ben Franklin, and it's for reasons that are drawn out in the lecture that you'll hear today and what you'll learn today. And I think the thing that stood out to me the most when I was reading a Ben Franklin biography to my kids this week, Juan, and it was really amazing to see all of the remarkable things that he did for the city of Philadelphia as a private citizen, because he was knowledgeable, patriotic, and energetic. The roads need fixed. Let's figure it out. We need books. Let's figure out a way to loan them out. Hospital, firefighting, a number of ways and things that we take for granted that are part of American life. He did as a private citizen, and he really had that energy, and he was unleashed by this Republican form of government that we established here at our founding. And I think that's a remarkable thing. I think it's a distinctly American thing, and that example just jumps out at the page for me when I work through this lecture.
Yeah, I'm Franklin is my favorite founder also, well, amongst some of them. But I really like Franklin specifically for that reason that you mentioned, which is that he was a private citizen. And it's incredible what a private citizen can do in this country, and we sometimes forget that that's not the case anywhere else around the world. That the power of that institution of citizenship here is pretty strong, and private citizens can do a lot for the country. But if I'd be forced to choose a founder, I think it would be James Madison, and it is because of one of the things that we will see in this lecture, and it is, what is the purpose of government? It is the most basic question that we should all, as citizens, ask ourselves. What is government supposed to do? And it's a really easy answer, which is secure the rights of citizens. That's it. That's the number one role of government, and we get it so wrong today. And the founders understood that very clearly, especially James Madison, which is one of the primary drafters of the Constitution. And the way they designed our government to be the way it is, it's because of that, because they always had that question in mind. What is the best way of securing rights? Why do you separate it into federal, state, and local governments? How do you think about immigration? How do you think about foreign policy? Well, the answer was, what is best to secure the rights of American citizens? And so that's, I think, why James Madison is one of my favorites.
So Madison and Franklin are two of our favorites. We hope that this course gives you some new ideas about who your favorite founder is. If you take the Dr. West view and start talking about Theophilus Parsons or Zephaniah Swift, we'll be especially proud of you and impressed. And we hope that you continue with us throughout this examination of the American founding. If you enjoy this course, we do hope that you go to hillsdale.edu/course and check out some of our other free online courses. I think one that is especially appropriate for this conversation is our course on American foreign policy. We only get about 10 minutes to be able to talk about it in this lecture. But if you want to really understand the key events, the key history, the people that shaped America's foreign policy, if you want to understand how the founders viewed the great crises and controversies of foreign policy in their day and what their principles were and how that's changed in massive ways today, right? From the Barbary pirates to the Ukrainian war, how have we viewed these conflicts and how have we looked to secure the rights of the American people? That's a fantastic course. Michael Anton is really good at teaching it. He not only teaches that topic here as a lecturer at Hillsdale College, he also served in the National Security Council in both the Trump and Bush administrations. So I think you'd have a lot of fun if you check out American Foreign Policy, which is available, as are all of our other online courses, at hillsdale.edu/course. That's hillsdale.edu/course.
So let's turn over to Dr. West and Azarad in lecture number 4, Foreign Policy and Domestic Policy.
So So we've established how the founders thought about human beings, that we're equal, no one can rule us without our consent, and that we possess rights. And then there's this phrase that we need a government to secure our rights. Sounds rather obvious in a certain sense, but I find that students are often perplexed when I ask them, well, explain to me what this means. Why do our rights are in need of securing? Or maybe to put it differently, who threatens our rights? Why are they not secure by nature?
Right. No, that's exactly. I have the same problem. What is it the government does to secure our rights? I do think people kind of understand. Yeah, if you have something like a state of nature, that is a state without government, then people will be predatory in some cases, and that is a bad thing. And so your rights, when you think about what it's like to live outside of government, and there are examples in the world today where government has broken down. Like, for example, in Mexico, parts of Mexico are in a kind of state of nature because nobody's really in charge. The government in charge, the cartel's in charge. So you have people are open to violence of others.
So how does government protect us from the violence of others?
There are three major threats to our rights, our person and property. One from other people you live with in your society, one from people outside your society, and the third from government itself. Because if you have a government that's strong enough to protect your rights against harm from abroad or from at home, they too can threaten your rights. And so there are three phrases that you could use to characterize each of those three things and how government manages to secure rights. One is protection of the laws against violence from your own people. Second is foreign policy, protection from abroad, national defense, in a word. And third, due process of law. The idea that government can't take away your liberty, your property, or your life without following certain procedures that are meant to protect you against unwarranted or inappropriate, harmful behavior by government.
So is the first one then the criminal law?
Protection of the laws primarily means, yes, criminal law enforcement, laws against violence to person and property, theft, assault, murder, rape, embezzlement. So it would include open violence, and it would also include fraud, subterfuge, theft. That would be covered too.
And so you need to pass these laws, and that we still do pretty well in the U.S. But it seems to me today the issue is more on the enforcement side, which is just as much a problem from the point of view of protecting your rights as not having these laws.
Right, that's where it breaks down. You have many local district attorneys and prosecutors who flat out say publicly, we're not going to prosecute certain crimes. We think those crimes are okay. If you're a shoplifter and you've taken something from a store that's below a certain amount, we don't think that's a problem. Many people have seen the videos of these people who just walk into these various drugstores in places like San Francisco and others, take whatever they like off the shelf, don't even conceal it, bring a big bag in. And during the 2020 riots, the BLM protests, people were breaking into businesses, stealing things, and so on. And governments in city after city were announcing publicly, we're not going to prosecute any of those crimes. Those are protests. Protests are something that are a good thing. Of course, always this attitude of selective prosecution of crimes always had some kind of idea that it was either because of race or because of political orientation. And it's unfortunate, but that is where things have gone. The idea of protection of the laws was everyone gets prosecuted, no matter what race committed the crime, and no matter how poor you are or rich. That's a different world now.
Yeah, the law today seems to come down very hard on some people because of political ideology or a type of crime, and then to be quite lax with other parts of the population. So you mentioned the BLM riots. We turn a blind eye. But the January 6th protesters are still languishing in solitary confinement. Many haven't even had charges pressed against them after a full year. One of them committed suicide a couple of months ago, I believe.
So in the case of the BLM rioters who were committing actual crimes against property, sometimes against individuals, assaulting them, burning down buildings. That was a failure of protection of the laws. The idea of equal protection of the laws, that everyone gets prosecuted for committing the same kinds of crime. The January 6th protesters on the other side, that's an example of the breakdown of due process of law, where government is to be restrained from punishing people for things they didn't do, or for things they did which are not as severe as the way they're treated in practice.
So how do you do that? How do you set up a government that is powerful enough to do what it needs to do, but then how do you check it, prevent it from becoming tyrannical or abusing its powers? I know the founders thought a lot about that. What are the broad outlines of their answer?
One of the phrases that's often used to describe their method of thinking about dealing with this is separation of powers. In order for government to provide protection of the laws, it needs to do three things. One, it needs to pass a law in the first place. So an elected legislature forms a consensus. The idea, therefore, being, all right, here's a group of people elected by the people, representative of the public at large. So the laws, therefore, were expected to be not anything that the public at large would disapprove of. Second, you need effective judgment. They have to be brought to trial. And that requires a combination of the executive branch, the prosecutors, and then the judicial, the trial courts. And the main job of the judiciary being hold trials for violations of criminal law or for civil lawsuits. And effective trials, right, where juries are going to look at the law and follow the law, where the judges don't pretend the law's not there when they give sentence. And then finally, you need to have effective punishment. And that's the executive branch. That would be the process of arrest on the one hand, and then the process on the other hand of making sure that the fines are paid or that jail time is served, or in the extreme case, the execution for a capital crime takes place.
And so all three really today have been eroded, right? We pass laws, but a lot of the details get done by bureaucrats or courts who oftentimes just ignore the law. You mentioned that prosecutors are saying we're not going to prosecute certain crimes. We've talked about the problems with jury trials. And then on the last front there's this huge push to decarcerate, as they call it, to empty out the prisons on the grounds that it's racist to incarcerate people and to have people not serve their terms. For a long time, and there was a period when the Supreme Court had declared the death penalty unconstitutional, even though the Constitution mentions capital crimes. We still have that to some extent today, but eroded and constantly being eroded. Would you say that's a fair description?
Yeah, I think you're right. But what I would add to that is that we now today have a whole new layer of law, civil as well as criminal law, on top of the older laws that protect person and property. The whole vast regulatory apparatus of the modern state, laws that dictate the details of everything you do. Like when I was driving up to the campus this morning, I saw a truck, just a regular tow truck, and it had a big label on the side, DOT number such and such. You realize that truck could not operate in Hillsdale unless the federal government gave it a permit. Like, what in the world is the federal government doing, permitting or not permitting tow trucks in a local community? It has nothing to do with anything in the Constitution, and really has nothing to do with anything in government. I mean, it's fine if you want to regulate with respect to use of interstate highways, but this idea that everything has to be micromanaged from the top down into the details of ordinary life. Not 1 mile of sewer line can be laid anywhere in America without the permission of the EPA. Why? And then that involves a lot of legal enforcement, a lot of prosecutions, a lot of involvement of the federal executive branch or the states, which means a lot of their resources of law enforcement are diverted away from ordinary crime and into this other area, which is arguably, from the point of view of the founders, mostly not even necessary and, if anything, harmful to the freedom of the ordinary citizen.
So you bring up something we haven't talked about yet, namely the fact that, according to the political theory of the founding, we were going to have 3 levels of government: the local, the state, and the national. Today, everyone's obsessed with DC, and in a sense, understandably so. As you pointed out, DC has its tentacles in everything.
Right.
How did the founders think about the appropriate role of each of these three levels of government and how they should relate to one another? What was the division of labor between the different levels of government?
The answer to that question actually opens up a perspective on many things about the founders' understanding of government. But the immediate answer to that is the federal government oversees matters that the states by themselves can't take care of effectively. And that would be first and foremost foreign policy, and secondly, interstate relations. It's relations among the states. So interstate commerce, lawsuits between states, uniform currency for the nation. The Constitution provides for that. Standards of weights and measures that everyone needs to use. That's the old federal role. The original Constitution had some limited federal involvement in protection and regulation of property rights. For example, the Constitution doesn't allow the states to cancel contracts. And so, all right, so there were a few exceptions. By and large, though, the main thing was the states would deal with all kinds of domestic policy questions, whether it be the family, lawsuits between individuals,
Crimes.
Almost all crime was local. But as for local government, the states basically had the practice from the very beginning, going all the way back to colonial times, of decentralizing a lot of their own government into the hands of local communities. And the old idea was the principle of consent of the governed. One of the things that it means is all government activity should be done as close as possible to the actual people who have to live under the rules that are promulgated. So there used to be the town would take care of education, the town would take care of police, the town would take care of all local roads, or the county, not even the state. That was regarded as too centralized. Whereas today we're used to the idea of thinking everything has to be handled in DC or it won't be done right. A claim that easily can be shown to be counterfactual.
Hillsdale College is a small, Christian, classical liberal arts college that operates independently of government funding, and we want you or your son or daughter to apply. At Hillsdale, students grow in heart and mind by studying timeless truths in a supportive community dedicated to the highest things. Hillsdale College costs significantly less than other nationally ranked private liberal arts colleges and receives regular recognition as a best value, and nearly all students receive financial aid. Our robust core curriculum, vibrant student life, and 8-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio make for an education like no other. For more information or to fill out an application, visit hillsdale.edu/info. That's hillsdale.edu/info.
So let's turn to foreign policy, the third way that the government secures your rights. So if I understand you correctly, in a certain sense, foreign policy is no different than domestic policy insofar as the aim is the same. It's to protect citizens from threats and violence of others. The domestic policy, others being fellow citizens or residents in the country. Foreign policy is foreign nations.
Yes, that's right.
So how does the government do that? Because today when we think about foreign policy, we think that the U.S. needs to be exporting democracy everywhere, overseeing elections, promoting gay rights, toppling governments, sending arms. I mean, no area of the world is off limit. The U.S. foreign policy, that's not how the founders thought about it. How did they think the government should go about protecting Americans from foreign threats?
Well, the very term secure these rights indicates both the purpose and limits of American foreign policy, because it's both the purpose, right, defense, but the limit is it doesn't go beyond defense. The idea that America should be involved in determining the well-being of other countries was foreign to the entire political theory of the founding. The founders said, our relations with Britain will be the same as with other nations. Enemies in war, in peace, friends. Meaning there's a presumption. All nations, the governments of all nations, we will presume to be legitimate and not be in any kind of fight with them as long as they don't want to fight with us.
Even if they're a tyranny.
even if they're a tyranny.
So what gets called neoconservatism, I mean, a neocon would say, but hold on one second. We are dedicated to the proposition that human beings are equal and free. How can we be indifferent to the fate of liberty abroad? How can we be friends with a tyrant who ruthlessly oppresses his own people? Isn't that un-American?
You can argue that, and what the founders said about that was, yes, we think that there are some governments are better than others, and we will be happy to say so. The famous John Quincy Adams line, and I don't want to say he wasn't a founder, I mean, basically, but he was in the spirit of the founding insofar as he argued America has no business interfering with or trying to improve other nations, but it does have a mission of being an example to the world of good government. And what we will do with those other nations that are struggling to achieve liberty is we will cheer them on from afar by our example and our best wishes. But he made a distinction between verbal approval and actual involvement.
So we can rhetorically condemn human rights abuses in Venezuela, for example, but that doesn't mean we have a duty to send in the Marines to secure the rights of Venezuelans.
Right. But of course, then the question is, do we really know what is going on in these other countries? And that was another John Quincy Adams point. He said, the whole idea of intervention presumes you know the facts about what's happening in other countries. And the more you look into it, the more you find that all of our interventions in the last, at least since World War II, have been based on partially faulty and sometimes grossly erroneous analysis of what the situation was actually like in those countries. How many people really knew what was going on in Vietnam at the time we decided we needed to be involved there? Or how many people really understood what was happening in Iraq when we thought we would roll in there? And I mean, there were high government officials who thought we would roll in there and be welcomed in the same way that Americans were welcomed in Paris at the end of World War II. And it didn't happen. And people in our government were amazed. Like, wait a minute. Why? Why don't they love us? Why don't they cheer us? But I should add this other point, that is from the point of view of the founders, intervention, not only will intervention not work because we don't know, not only is it not our business, but it's an actual violation of the rights of other nations for us to try to rule them without their consent. That's what the principles of the Declaration means. Each nation has the right to its own self-rule. And it doesn't change the fact we can claim that some other nation is ruled badly by some dictator, it doesn't change it when we come in and become the dictator.
But there are some clear cases of tyranny, right? A ruthless dictator who oppresses his people. Saddam Hussein. Why couldn't we go in and topple him and not become the dictator, but establish a democracy? That's the consensus view amongst the smart people in DC who do foreign policy for a living, right? You get rid of the bad guys, and then you hang around and help them build democracies. Now, I realize I'm trying to play devil's advocate here after
Go for it.
After the failures in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah,
So that's hard to do. But
bringing up Iraq, okay, so the first thing we did after we toppled the government was to bring in Paul Bremer, who was in effect our proconsul. There's one of the books on this question of American foreign policy that was published maybe 20 years ago or so. It's called Proconsuls, as if we're the Roman Empire sending proconsuls around the world to organize and govern our colonies. And so instead of transitioning Iraq to democracy, Paul Bremer ruled that place like his own personal fiefdom for several years, or he and whoever his successors were. We didn't create democracy. And then, in fact, when there was an actual vote and too many people from one side won, from our point of view, we said, well, that election doesn't count. I mean, the insanity of it. Yeah, we're for democracy, except it has to be the right kind, and the right people have to win. Once again, we don't know what we're doing, and it's unjust for us to try to rule these people without their consent.
So would you go so far as to say that the founders were isolationists, to use, again, language that they would not have used, but that, the foreign policy debate today basically boils down the way it's presented in the media. You're either an interventionist or an isolationist. So you said the founders were not interventionists. Does this make them isolationists?
No, for obvious reasons. First of all, there's the problem of American shipping, commerce. From the point of view of the founders, one of the jobs of the government regarding foreign policy is to protect Americans who are abroad, especially on the high seas. And that means you need a navy. That
Because
means
they're pirates.
Piracy, you had British attacking our shipping and taking people off ships and turning them into British sailors. The French were attacked. I mean, everybody was attacked. So because we had a minimal navy, we didn't have enough money to buy a real navy. That's something they had to do, and they did. They built up a credible navy to the point where American shipping was protected all over the world. Secondly, America cannot be isolationist with regard to its near abroad. Right from the beginning, Hamilton in Federalist 11 announced we need something like what later became called a Monroe Doctrine. We can't be indifferent to intervention of Europeans in the countries that are close to us in the Western Hemisphere. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to intervene and change the governments of the Western Hemisphere, but if the Europeans try to intrude, that's something we think we need to do something about. And, by the way, in the Monroe Doctrine, in exchange for that, the Americans pledged not to involve themselves in European affairs, a pledge that was honored up until 1914. And the third kind of non-interventionist, I mean, American did have a kind of interventionist foreign policy with regard to its own near abroad in its own territories. And that's the Indian question. What was going to happen with these tribes of people who didn't want to become American citizens, but who wanted to maintain a kind of sovereignty within the borders of the American Republic? And that was a huge struggle all the way throughout the 19th century. And it was, you could call, I don't know if you want to call it a foreign policy or domestic policy question, because it was a little of each.
But I can think of two other big ones: trade and immigration, where, a strictly isolationist country would not trade with the rest of the world. It would aim for autarky, and it would not take in immigrants from foreign nations.
Right. Yeah, I left those out because they don't involve military force. But yes, you're right in those two other respects. And that was, when Washington in his farewell address kind of sketched out the whole picture that I'm describing right now of what American foreign policy needs to look like. I won't say the whole picture, but much of it. And one of the things he emphasized was we need to have as little connection as possible with other countries in a political way, but always encourage commerce with other countries when it's to our advantage and benefit.
So how did the founders think about trade? Or to put the question more bluntly and in contemporary terms, was there any protectionism in their thinking when it comes to trade, or were they full-blown open borders, trade with anyone on any terms, it doesn't matter?
Their view of that was somewhat complicated because they often made the statement, ideally, we would like free trade with all nations. But there was always the qualification, as long as it's in our interest, as long as it's in the interest of the American people and the American nation.
That's a big qualification.
It is a big, and so therefore, the first law actually that was ever passed in our federal government was the Tariff Act of 1789. And in that act, in the preamble, it says the purpose of the tariff is in part to protect American industry. Why? Because what wasn't mentioned in the act, but was mentioned in the congressional debates, was national defense. We need to be able to provide for the things we need in this country in case of trade being cut off, in case of war. There was never an assumption at the time of the founding that there would ever be eternal peace, or that commerce would make everybody peaceful. They knew wars would come. We need to be ready for them. And so tariffs, for sure. Now, the debate over how much tariff, that was always one of the big sticking points in the early republic. A lot of big fights over that. No one ever disagreed with the idea that we need some protection. And after the War of 1812, Jefferson kind of reversed course on that and specifically said, we need protection, but we need to especially do whatever we can to encourage, American industry as much as possible from any competition, insofar as that is going to affect our future ability to fight war. Because there had been an ammunition and arms problem during the War of 1812. And Jefferson, never again. We're not going to have that. We need our own industry, whatever the virtues might be of an agrarian republic that I talked about in my earlier writings. So trade policy was something that the founders thought we should do and have treaties with other nations, but always with a view to what is it that makes it possible for us to maintain ourselves as an independent nation.
And this example illustrates one of the broad themes running through your book, is that there can be a broad agreement about a principle and then heated partisan disagreements over how to apply it. And so a scholar can say, look, there's Jefferson, there's Hamilton, there is no consensus on the founding, but these debates are compatible with an agreement that it is not illegitimate for the government to protect some industries. The debate is over which ones, how, when, and why.
And the same truth can be applied to the early debates over whether America should incline more towards France or towards Britain in the 1790s. All the French and the British were fighting it out. One question that came up was, should we obey, should we continue to follow the treaty with France that required us to aid France in case of war? And both Jefferson and Hamilton, although they had somewhat different takes on the question, they both figured out that we need to find a way to not have to do that. Jefferson said we should honor the treaty in theory, but we should find excuses about why we can't send any aid over right now. That was his bottom line on the question. And Hamilton wasn't really that different. Scholars tend to make this all a huge, big battle and, purpose of foreign policy. The other point they agreed on was they both were criticized the French Revolution for trying to spread the principles of freedom and democracy to other European nations that were at that time ruled by monarchies. Very similar to what people today say should be the purpose of foreign policy. But both Jefferson and Hamilton, the supposed great rivals, agreed that's bad. Jefferson said it's a violation of the law of nations for one nation to try to impose its form of government on other nations. And Hamilton similarly. That was the older view. The law of nations, meaning the rights of every nation to be free and independent of other nations. The second paragraph of the Declaration makes that clear. The laws of nature and nature's God allow every nation to have a separate and equal station among the nations of the earth. And that's why we're declaring independence. That's a right of other nations. Every one nation has the right to its own independence. Non-interference is a fundamental right, but it's a duty also of all nations not to interfere with the internal affairs of other nations. And that's why Jefferson said it was a violation of the law of nations for the French to try to impose democracy on the rest of Europe.
What about immigration? The view today, we're a nation of immigrants. The more immigrants, the better. They're doing the jobs that Americans won't do. I mean, if there is one thing on which there is bipartisan agreement in D.C. at the top levels, is that immigration is good, and the more immigration, the better. How did the founders think about whether we should have immigration? What's the selection principle for immigrants? Try to present for us their view on this issue.
Look, their view of immigration was always based on the question of what is it that makes Americans a people, one people, that is capable of living together harmoniously and respectfully of each other's rights, that would share a common concern with justice and right, so that in trials, jury trials and so on, people would understand the importance of enforcing the law neutrally, among all of that. The question always was, how many immigrants can we take and from where? Whatever the answer to that question is, it has to be something that will lead to a continual solidity, strength, and capacity for self-government in the American people.
So we're concerned with assimilation, integration, having the immigrants dissolve almost into the existing people.
Exactly. So when Jefferson was talking about this question of immigration in his book, Notes on Virginia, he said, think of the situation if 20 million Republican Americans were suddenly settled in the middle of France. What would be the disruption to their government, their monarchy? He was implying that would just be a huge disruptive element. And Jefferson's point, the same would be true here if all of a sudden 20 million Frenchmen were dumped in America. Meaning, and his point wasn't we need to ban immigration from France. His point was whatever immigration we get from Europe, it has to be gradual. It can't be too great. And he was specifically addressing the question of should immigration be encouraged into America? And Jefferson said, no, that's not a good idea at this point. We should allow it. Right now, we're okay. We can absorb the people, but not encourage it. And that became the principle throughout. Hamilton adopted the same argument against the idea that we should make naturalization easier. He said, look, we got to make these people wait. Make them assimilate. Make them become Americans first. Let them wait a while to get their citizenship.
And they only wanted immigration from Europe initially?
Yes, exactly. That was not actually ever in the law. They had a law about naturalization that limited naturalization to free white people of good character. And the expectation was that all immigration, therefore, would be from Europe. Actual immigration policy was handled at the state level at the seaports in different states. Boston, Baltimore, South Carolina, Charleston. The states themselves decided on immigration policy. And mostly the policy was only immigrants, only Europeans, but also show that you were able to not become a public charge. You have to show that you're able to either have a job or you know someone who will take care of you. We're not going to let you in if you're just coming here destitute and coming off the boat. They'd send them back. So that was states. It was done haphazardly, state by state. It wasn't until the 1880s that there was an actual national immigration limit policy.
So, judged from the perspective of the founding, what would you make of America's contemporary immigration policies since 1965, the Hart-Celler Act?
Up until that point, there still was a general preference for European immigration, although other places of origin were permitted. The first time the naturalization law changed.
And by the way, just the justification is that's the part of the world with whom we have the closest cultural affinities. They're the likeliest to assimilate to our way of life compared to someone from Africa or Asia.
Yeah, exactly. And, they're Christians. They're from countries that mostly have something like the rule of law the way we do. They're people who have, especially if they're from Northwestern Europe, they're going to be people who share many of the same customs and traditions we have. None of that was ever made a theme. Nobody wrote long essays on the importance of immigration being limited, but there was a quiet general consensus on that. It was present really throughout America until the Civil War. Now, of course, once you had black citizenship after the Civil War, then the idea that limiting naturalization to white people made less sense, and so they changed the Naturalization Act to include only two categories of people in the world: whites and black. If you're from African ancestry or European, basically. No one else in the world at that time, at the age of 1870 or so, had the right to become naturalized as American citizens. Now, in practice, of course, people came over the border informally and so on. There was lots of ways in which that wasn't actually strictly enforced. But it's kind of interesting to me that the nation decided, almost, you might say, unofficially or officially, after the Civil War, to be a biracial nation, not a multiracial. Mm-hmm. And when more and more Asian immigration began to take place, that's when the federal government began to limit that. But it was always with a view to how do we maintain ourselves as one people, where people get along with each other, where they trust each other, they can be counted on to give fair jury verdicts for each other, treat people. And that was the goal, of course, never really achieved, but goal. That was the goal, the purpose.
That's just what I find so interesting about this conversation we're having, is this constant contrast you're drawing between America as the founders thought of it and America as it exists today. What remains, what has changed, I find that's really illuminating. In the next session, we're going to cover the government's role in promoting morality, how the founders thought about virtue.
Thank you for listening to this episode of the Hillsdale Online Courses podcast. If you want to continue learning about America's founding or other topics, please visit hillsdale.edu/course. There you can find over 40 free online courses, including American Citizenship and Its Decline with Victor Davis Hanson, Ancient Christianity, The Rise and Fall of the Roman Republic, and many more. The courses include additional readings, study guides, fully produced videos, and you can chat with your fellow students on a dedicated forum. Upon completing a course, you will also get a certificate. All our courses are free because we believe that a virtuous citizen is the best defense for liberty. So pursue the education necessary for freedom and happiness at hillsdale.edu/course today. That's hillsdale.edu/course. Thank you for listening.
about exactly what's going on in the federal government and how that ties directly to this fight that was in Silicon Valley last week over artificial intelligence. With everything else going on, the fight over the control of artificial intelligence and its direction and its pace is one of the great and most important fights of our time, because it also encapsulates more than just the AI part of it. It also encapsulates the biotechnology and others that all drive to the singularity. Remember, our era will be known, besides being a new dark age from the 20th century, it'll also be known as that inflection point where you had Homo sapiens on one side of this line and post-Homo sapien or Homo sapien plus on the other side. And in your lived experience, particularly if you're under 50, and for your decisions for your children and grandchildren, if you're under 50, these will be some of the most fundamental decisions ever made in the history of the human race. And it's coming at an accelerating pace, as we have warned on War Room for many, many years now. I want to get into that and make sure that you understand what your tax dollars and your pension funds. Just always remember, on everything we put out here, you are not simply the still point in the turning world. You are the backbone and the foundational element of the greatest, most powerful nation on earth. Not that you're treated like that, you're treated like trash. Regardless of your race, your ethnicity, your gender. You as the working class of this country and the middle class, it is your taxes that underwrite everything, and it is your pension funds and your savings that do the rest. So all the sources of it come from you. When you see the Larry Finks of the world and the Steve Schwartzmans of the world of Silicon Valley, the underpinnings of that, Mark Zuckerberg, didn't have that money. He begged and got some angel capital and some venture capital that was managed by the Peter Thiels of the world and others that is your cash. And this is what built Facebook and built Google and built all of it. Not that they've given you any you have no piece of the action, which is a question that we have to get sorted. You don't have a piece of that action. You pay for it, you underwrite it, you get nothing for it except grief and pressure and control. Because remember, this is all about control. And for people who don't address these topics at this depth, they are the controlled opposition. This is the reason we've gotten here, because you've worked and supported the controlled opposition for many, many decades, and that has to stop. This is why they call Trump a disruptor. He is a disruptor. He's a disruptor of the established order. Why is he a disruptor of the established order? Because the established order has ossified into an authoritarian version of state capitalism, very similar to the model of the Chinese Communist Party. To control you and to treat you like serfs. And now the economics is so open and blatant that people under 35, and this is why the polling shows that they're shifting to Trump, understand that they're nothing but Russian serfs. They don't own anything, and they're not going to own anything. We're going to go through a number of pieces today that validate this and are the receipts for this. Two new sources of information that are not MAGA friendly or MAGA adjacent, like Citizens Free Press or Gateway Pundit or Revolver or the other, or Don Jr.'s aggregation site, others that we put up articles from and talk to the writers all the time. One is The Messenger. I think it's Jimmy Finkelstein, who used to own The Hill, has got that. It's a full bore paper. It does a lot. It gets a lot of scoops from the Trump inner circle. It is center left. You then have Semaphore. That's Ben Smith's new creation, and Ben was I would say one of the opponents of Andrew Breitbart when Andrew was alive. Ben is a guy on the left, worked at the New York Times and other places. But these two journals publish the truth sometimes when It's so obvious they have to. Two pieces out of there today is number one, at a messenger, is that Biden understands that his economic policies, Bidenomics, is not just an epic fail, but it can't be sold to the people. And so this is why you're seeing an immediate pivot to, guess what? Wait for it, populism. And this is what he's doing is, and I'll get more into it later. If we can't put the articles up, that's fine. I'm just doing a opening rant here. But he can't sell Bidenomics, because Bidenomics has helped destroy the balance sheet of the United States of America. And with that comes all types of problems. It's like if you, at a company, you destroy your balance sheet, it'll show up in your income statement. It'll show up in the operations of the company. Just like personally, if you get too much debt on credit cards or you get over your skis on a mortgage, your balance sheet, not your income statement, not what you make, but your balance sheet. If you get in real trouble when your personal balance sheet is upended, and that is what's happened. Biden and his advisors understand they can't undo that, and they can't undo the damage for that. So they're going to put some lipstick on this pig and start calling it populism. And here's what they're going after: the egregious fees, and they're going to use the Defense Production Act to talk about price gouging and the greed of the corporations. The corporations who are all their buddies and all their partners. The big business is a partner to the Biden regime. They want this authoritarian control. They want state capitalism, is what they've got now. Somebody goes, the greed of the corporations. Well, hey, dude, it ain't that greedy that you're going after them, and I mean really going after them. It's all patty cake. It's all to a misdirection play. Concurrently, and we're going to have Brett and Navarro going to join me, Semaphore, Ben Smith's, and I'm going to actually read this piece. They have the reality we've been talking about, and nobody else wants to cover it. Semaphore's got it up there. The worst Treasury bond market since the Civil War. The worst Treasury bond market since the Civil War. Since the Civil War. They can't sell the bonds because the business model of this country is broken. This gets back to Capitol Hill and Speaker Johnson. You've got to man up now. You must man up now. Everything that you're coming out and saying about Ukraine and we need some gimmicks on the border, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And your program and your process about the government funding, brother, is just wrong. I don't mean kind of wrong. It's dead wrong. And we're not going to tolerate it. We now got the bill blasted. This audience now has ability to have operating leverage. If you think the pressure campaign was bad before, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're not prepared to sit here and have this country destroyed before us. Now, I want to tie the Semaphore article, the Messenger article, and what I've been saying that nobody is actually talking about. But on the 18th of September, just over 60 days ago, we passed $33 trillion of the face amount of debt of the United States government. Today, if you go to the debt clock, we're at $33.8 trillion. We have added $800 billion to that debt in just over 60 days. And my calculation is still the 28th, but hey, guess what? It may move back to Christmas Day. The 28th of December of this year would be 100 days. 100 days, you add $1 trillion. It's the law of large numbers. And Semaphore goes into this of why they can't sell the long bonds. You can't sell a long bond at 4.5 when you do a short. The Biden regime is now going to short-term notes in shorter terms. They can't sell the long term because people are going to understand that this thing is starting to crash. And they're spurning more. Oh, we got 3% growth, 4% growth. It's all coming from government spending. This is not something to celebrate. If it's growing so fast, why are the tax revenues dropping? We told you when they lied to you they were going to get $5 trillion of tax revenue. We said, no, that's not correct. It's probably going to be 4.5, and it came in at 4.4. This catastrophe is starting to build momentum. In that moment, this is, as Mike Davis says about the lawfare, it's Republic ending. I'm not a lawyer. I think he's right. and I don't like it, but we can undo some of the things they're doing on this rule of law and this lawfare. I know we can do that because that's human agency. There are certain times when things just get out of control and spin out of control. And if you study history, you understand that happens in war. Because all of a sudden it becomes about vengeance, and it becomes about, this is why wars like the Civil War or like World War II reach a climax on annihilation and normally unconditional surrender. You also see it in financial crises and panics. And you know what they're talking about on the Hill? If we can pull up the Hill newspaper article, if not, we can pull it up later. You know what their discussion on the Hill is? And I'm not making this up. The reasonable people are making on the Hill, they're talking about a debt commission. They're talking about putting together we don't need a commission. That's just kicking. We're not fools. This audience are not idiots. They're not going to tolerate it. This is not quantum mechanics. This is not that difficult. It takes political will, it takes political guts, and it takes discernment. And no, you're not going to touch their entitlements. That's another group. That's another part of insanity. Do you honestly think the American people are going to sit there and look how you've trashed this country and how you've let in 10 million illegal invaders in this round? And they're going to sit there and say, yes, for the little $1,200 check I get every month of Social Security and the little bit of Medicare I get, I'm going to let you take that away from me that I've worked for and paid into for decades and decades and decades? Oh, we're just going to do it under 40 years old. Well, the 40-year-old is screwed right now anyway. Why should they agree to anything? It's outrageous. Do your job. And for Speaker Johnson, the folks around him, it's not good enough to say, I'm just here, I'm just here. No, you've been around enough. It's not quantum mechanics. Here's what we want, and here's what we demand. We demand a plan that shows us in the next 100 days not going to be another $1 trillion. We need you to step up, and the people around you to step up, and the Republicans to step up and be honest, if not to the American people, at least to the MAGA movement that's put them in office. We can take bad news. We're big boys and girls. This country's gone through a lot and it's going to go through a lot more. But we need the truth, and math doesn't lie. Math doesn't lie. We've been right about everything we've said on this for the last couple of years, from the beginning of inflation to the debt ceiling to all of it. Why? The math is not that complicated. It's pretty straightforward. $1 trillion added to your debt that you'll never pay off a penny of, and your grandchildren will never pay off a penny of, although they'll curse you, and they'll curse this generation, and they'll curse these weak-willed, controlled opposition Republicans for not staying into the breach against these radical, out-of-control Democrats and people like Biden that kowtow not just to the Chinese Communist Party, but to the oligarchs on Wall Street and Silicon Valley. This is a crisis, and we're going to go through one of the darkest periods in American history. One of the darkest periods in American history. It's all before us, and it's quite simple to see how this plays out. Okay, we're going to take a short break. We'll talk about artificial intelligence next.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or have years of unfiled tax returns, you can be hit with wage garnishments, liens, levies. Anthem Tax Services are experts in tax relief and have represented over $650 million in tax liabilities. If we don't save you money or rework your payments, you get your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-528-2317.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
That's not shopping for insurance.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 policy for only $16 a month.
We could help you save more than 50% on life insurance.
Call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255. If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage Guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation.
Call 1-800-317-2700.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay. Also, remember, Semaphore and Messenger are free sites. So it's like the Daily Mail and other stuff we put up. We want to make sure you get access to things that, you can immerse yourself in information and not have to have a bunch of paywalls. So it's a free site, like Gateway and many of the others. In National Pulse on one level, they got a paywall for some of the other content. So we want to make sure you get to all that. Punchbowl, Jake Sherman, who also does a very good job, guy of the left, but they cover the Capitol Hill. They're reporting that Emmers is telling folks, he's the whip, that there is going to be a vote on impeachment. And I've said this. These are not, and so we got to give Speaker Johnson the benefit of the doubt. These are not shiny toys. These are two efforts that should have gone in McCarthy, and now we know from the records of what McCarthy did, he was never going to do anything on impeachment. He was never going to do anything on J6. For that alone, he should be turfed out, right? And there's so much more. That's why they just got tired of his lies and misrepresentations. He's also a never Trumper. And I don't care. They got this story. He went down to Mar-a-Lago. That was to save himself. That had nothing to do with Trump. That was to save himself, because the audience remembers when we were here in those dark days of right after President Trump left and stood into the breach, that McCarthy was a guy we were targeting and had to go because he just turned on Trump on everything related to J6, and that's why he was never going to come forward and push the J6 investigation, because he's all part of this. He's another controlled opposition. There's also the investigation. There's J6. Those two things are going, but you can't take your eye off the main thing. The main thing right now is we are going into a place now that we're never going to be able to unwind it. It's going to be too huge, too big. When I get Brad up here in Navarre, I'm going to read the Semaphore article because it's and if we can, Grace and Mo, if we can push it out now so people get ahead of it. It's just fact. You can't sell the bonds. You can't finance this spending. There's no more suckers to buy the bonds because all their bond portfolios, the worst bond returns, the worst bond market since the Civil War. Think what this nation's gone through. We've had panics. In 1893 and 1907, had the Great Depression, had World War II, right? You had the dot-com bomb. You had 2008, 9. Come on, dude. The worst since the Civil War on Biden's watch. And the bond market's 10 times the stock market. And the stock market's 7 tech stocks that are all trading on, wait for it, artificial intelligence. So don't sit there and go, the stock market's up. The stock market's up. The people look at the stock market and Dow Jones, it's kind of idiot time. You're in the war room. Get smart. They can't sell the bonds. So how are they going to do it? How are they going to finance it? They're going to get it to the Fed, and we're going to create more money, more fiat currency. This is why Birch Gold, just go to Birch Gold. We laid it all out for you in the End of the Dollar Empire. Read that, 4 installments. And it also why and how we got off the gold standard. By, I might add, an executive order that can be reversed. Executive orders are not law. They're in effect. They are as effective as law as long as they exist. But it was done by an executive order. So go to birchgold.com/ban and check it out. Now you need to understand. I'm not here to tell you to purchase gold. That's the guys at Birch to walk you through it. I don't tell you how to do your personal finances. We set the stage for the macro. But now more than ever, you need to get savvy on what's happening in world's capital markets. Also, the Warpath coffee, make sure you get jacked up this morning. I come in a little hot. Maybe had a small pot of the dark roast Warpath coffee. Promo code War Room. Go. We've worked with the guys at Warpath, Tej Gill and the SEALs over there for a couple of years to make sure this right. If you like mild roast, they're in there too. Go check it out. Okay, so Joe Allen, come here. This is what's so important. There's a big Axios, and remember, Axios is the corporate media for the elites. Mike Allen and Vander Hay is a site that puts up these little clips, but it's how the established order thinks, and it's how the established order puts up their priorities. They had an AI conference yesterday that blew my mind. It had tons of buried leads in it. So, Joe, I think you put together a compilation of that in Mallorca. It's about 5 minutes. So I want to play this. I want people to pay attention. Get your number 2 pencil out. Take notes. And then Joe Allen and I are going to break it down. Let's go ahead and play it.
We are looking at how we can harness AI to advance our mission, to your first question, Ina, and then also defending against the adverse use of AI, whether that's in the context of disinformation, whether that's in the context of reducing barriers to the development of biological weapons, for example. That is something that we're very keenly focused on, and that the President's executive order speaks of specifically.
I remember a time when, at least the way I perceived the world, was that you had an agreed upon set of facts and very different values in America. You know, we've always been a divided country with a wide range of opinions, but I feel like for several years, many years now, it feels like we're also divided on what the facts are.
The term fake news is used very frequently. I actually take issue with that term, because if it's fake, it's not news. I know Eric Schmidt spoke earlier today, and he speaks in his article with Dr. Kissinger of, you know, the age of Enlightenment and its grounding in science and what that age of reason meant. I don't think we necessarily lose our anchor of empiricism.
Aren't a huge portion of the threats facing us people that are no longer guided by facts within our own borders? I mean, it seems to me that domestic terrorism fueled by people who have a different understanding of facts, to put it mildly, is one of the major threats facing the country.
Well, one element of it is false narratives.
I was going to say, don't they think an election was stolen?
False narratives, but the predominant source of that violence is actually ideologies of hate. When I speak of digital literacy, I speak of some very fundamental education programs.
I have a magic wand, and I occasionally allow others to use it. I'm a little hesitant, you know, as a sort of cynical journalist, of handing the government a magic wand, but I'm going to give you the magic wand. What are some things that we could do as a society that you think would put us on a good path?
I think that we are on a right path of a public-private partnership.
Why do we not have an AI doctor that works with nurse practitioners, medical professionals all around the world? Why don't you just take every student in the world and give them an AI tutor, which is not a substitute for a teacher, but works with the teachers in their language to bring them up and learn in whatever way they learn best to their ultimate potential. I defy you to argue that an AI doctor for the world and an AI tutor is net negative. It just has to be good. Smarter, healthier people has got to be good for our future. Now, there's all sorts of problems, there's hallucinations, all of those are under development. But I think from our perspective, in the current phase, you're going to see AI doctor, AI tutor, enormous progress in science, enormous progress in language with all the associated issues. If you look at the UK event, which I was part of, the UK government took the bait, took the ideas, decided to lead. They're very good at this. And they came out with very sensible guidelines. And because the US and the UK have worked really well together, there's a group within the National Security, NSC here, that is particularly good at this. And they got it right, and that produced this EO, which is the longest EO, I think, in histories of executive orders, which says that each of the aspects of our government are to get organized around this. If you look at what we're doing collectively, it's not enough. We're not claiming this is the end solution, but it's the beginning.
You've been very focused on Ukraine, and you said something very interesting. You said that a drone now is not something that flies around. It's a potent software platform.
When I started trying to help the Ukrainians, the Russians didn't really use very many drones. Now they have twice as many drones as the Ukraine. So I think it's a reasonable prediction that you're going to see these platforms get built, and these platforms will have a software component. And this is a very, very big deal, and I know it's something that you personally are interested in because we've talked about it before, is these are steps toward more automatic war. And those steps, in terms of using software and integration and sort of new weapons, they come out of necessity, right? So war is unfortunately drives the necessity of invention. I think we're going to see this technology applied there. I'm obviously from Google. Google is a competitor. I'm not trying to make a partisan argument. I'm simply saying that OpenAI's mission is to invent AGI. That is general intelligence. That is a very important mission. Humans do better with higher purposes. With no higher purpose, you devolve into your own problem and your own narcissism. As a general statement, maybe your exceptions. But people who have a higher purpose really do much better in society. This is an example of a higher purpose.
Okay, Schmidt, we have a higher purpose. We have a higher task and purpose here at the War Room, is to stop demons like you. If you're not chilled to the core of your being by what you just heard, and for our TV and streaming audience, what you just saw, then you're not awake yet. The organizing, and I want to come back, if Denver and my production team just I just want to clip where he says the executive order, that each of our aspects of our government will now be organized around this. That baby is a buried lead. As much as the rest of the stuff was up in your face about what they think of you and what they're going to use AI to use against you, the buried lead there is about this executive order and how it's reorienting, coming after MI6 and the intelligence services working with the National Security Council have helped craft this executive order. That now the entire government it's the organizing principle. Take the number 2 principle out and write that down. Organizing principle. Term of the day. Because the organizing principle right now of the government that you pay for is going next level in the tyranny against you. You think the Patriots in 1774 and 5 and 6 had long odds against them with the British Empire? This is the Dark Star, and it landed in Washington, D.C. Back in a moment.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or have years of unfiled tax returns, you can be hit with wage garnishments, liens, levies. Anthem Tax Services are experts in tax relief and have represented over $650 million in tax liabilities. If we don't save you money or rework your payments, you get your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-528-2317.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Some shopping pictures.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 policy for only $16 a month.
We could help you save more than 50% on life insurance.
Call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
People a day. That's why you need the LifeVac, the only clinically proven airway clearance device that can work in seconds.
Oh my God, please hurry, please hurry.
The LifeVac is quick and simple to use in an emergency when time matters most. Just place, push, and pull to remove the object. The next time someone's life is on the line due to a choking emergency, be prepared with LifeVac.
Call 877-LifeVac or go to lifevac.net now. War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Where's the House in this? We control the House. Why is this even being allowed to be funded? Why is this executive order not being contested? You know, we talk about polling and we talk about momentum and we talk about the under 35. You talk about all this stuff and, you know, Trump and people, you know, love it and he's going to win. And we're worried about, you know, paper ballots out in Mojave County or machines somewhere. They're next level. And they're using your money to pay for this on a system of tyranny against you. A system, and they're not shy about talking about it. Axios is like, they're like the guys. And that conference yesterday was like the cool kids table in the cafeteria in high school. That was the cool kids. And they're not shy about telling you what they think of you, saying what they think of our humble little operation here in the war room, and what they're going to do about it. They're just brazen about it now. This is why I keep saying, if you think that this is going to allow Trump to win and they're going to say, oh, okay, MAGA came back, Trump came back, we got it, here are the keys, just, you know, take it, you know, do what you're going to do, and, you know, we'll just, you know, we'll you know, suffer the consequences. Do you honestly think that's going to happen? Look at yesterday. They couldn't be clearer. That was the event in D.C. That was the event for all the elites. That's the cool kids table, and they're up in your grill, including talking about this executive order that Joe came on here a couple of weeks ago and reported on. But I don't think we did enough to walk through the implications of this, and we had to have Schmidt kind of say the quiet part out loud. I'm going to get Joe back up in a second. My crack team is cutting. I just want to play that clip for Schmidt again. And I know Joe Allen's helping them with this right now. Let me bring in Chris Hoare. Chris Hoare, I appreciate, and the audience appreciates you guys always doing these specials for us and trying to extend them. I understand you're at year-end issues with inventory and all that, about you're just not going to get these things in. Walk us through what you got for us.
Well, Steve, today we had a great Cyber Monday, thanks to you guys and your posse, and we wanted to make sure that everyone got a shot at this because our phone lines were absolutely jammed, Steve. So today at BeReady123.com, that's BeReady123.com, we have up to 60% off generators. We have 10% off absolutely everything, including our sale prices. So we've got Iridium Sat Phone for free with activation, and you get included with that for $109 a month and 100 minutes. You get a free Faraday bag, free solar panels, battery bank. I mean, these deals are incredible, but there's only a limited amount of these, Steve, as you know. So BeReady123.com or 941-955-1020. Steve, our higher purpose is to keep people protected from the government at this point, I think. So we want to make sure that everyone has independent communications and independent power, because who knows what AI and the new government is going to do to cut us off and to monitor us. Satellite phones are not subject to the same kind of tracking and security issues as cell phones, and they work anywhere, no matter what. Anywhere on Earth, these phones will work. They don't rely on the ground infrastructure. So check out BeReady123.com, and we're getting up to 60% off power generators, portable power generators for your home. We've got portable solar panels. We got the sat phones with ridiculous deals on those, with all the free extras we're getting, and you get an additional 10% off everything if you use Cyber 10 when you check out. So Steve, they can call us at 941-955-1020. That's 941-955-1020. Today is the last day of the Cyber Monday deal, so we really encourage people to get over there and take control of your communications and take control of your power, and do not be reliant on the utility companies and the central government.
941-955-1020. Go and talk to one of their experts right now. These guys put up great deals, fantastic deals, and you need it more than ever. Not from our lips, from the lips of the Eric Schmidts and the Axioses and Mayorkas, right there. The unholy trinity. You heard it. They're telling you what you're going to do, so what are you going to do about it? One thing you're going to do about it is prepare, become self-reliant, become independent, an independent sovereign citizen. Chris Hoare, thank you, brother. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for putting up these deals for our team, for our group. We appreciate it. You get great feedback from the posse. Okay, do I have the Eric Schmidt clip? Okay, fine. Let me play the Eric Schmidt. I want to thank the team for doing this. I've been adamant about this for a couple of days because it's a buried lead. Eric Schmidt, remember, he is the head of the company that kind of oversees Google. He is not a programmer or coder, but he's a guy that's caused enormous problems over the years, and one of the reasons Google's in every aspect of your life. Let's play that, and I want to bring Joe Allen back.
Current phase, you're going to see AI doctor, AI tutor, enormous progress in science, enormous progress in language with all the associated issues. If you look at the UK event, which I was part of, the UK government took the bait, took the ideas, decided to lead. They're very good at this. And they came out with very sensible guidelines. And because the US and the UK have worked really well together, there's a group within the National Security NSC here that is particularly good at this. And they got it right, and that produced this EO, which is the longest EO, I think, in histories of executive orders, which says that each of the aspects of our government are to get organized around this. If you look at what we're doing collectively, it's not enough. We're not claiming this is the end solution, but it's the beginning.
You've been very focused on Ukraine and...
Okay. Each of the aspects of our government will be organized around this. Each of the aspects of our government will be organized around this. And when he's talking about the British, this is not, this is not the Royal and Ancient working with the USGA. This is MI5 and MI6 working with the CIA, DIA, DNI, and DHS, Mayorkas, who was just up at the beginning of saying that, hey, you're the domestic extremist. False narratives and ideologies of hate and false narratives are the problem. That would be you. Write that down. This would be me. Take that number 2 pencil out. This would be me. They're talking about me. Joe Allen, thoughts, observations?
Steve, this is just a continuation of the executive order that we covered around this time last year. That saw the fusion of the military-industrial complex with the biomedical establishment. This sees the fusion of big tech and endeavor towards AI and AGI with the security state and with the federal government as a whole. Since leaving Google, Eric Schmidt has worked very closely with the federal government, now with the Biden administration, to integrate artificial intelligence and all of the other sorts of transhuman technologies that we cover into the government, and also to pave the way for those technologies with the government. The narrative, of course, is safety, 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 safety. The executive order, in fact, Biden's executive order signed October 30th, just about a month ago, is entitled the EO for Safe, Secure, and Trustworthy AI. The Artificial Intelligence Bill of Rights drafted by the Biden administration, one of the top items is to create safe and effective AI. So in the context of the security state, which has now been turned against Americans quite openly and is now being used to suppress political opposition, what we're seeing is a kind of declaration that AI is going to be a major part of the crafting of reality for the public. Two elements to really focus on there. You heard Mayorkas talking about disinformation, and you heard Eric Schmidt talk about AI education. What you're talking about is the automatic labeling and removal of what are ultimately unwanted bits of information, aka misinformation and disinformation, by way of artificial intelligence. And you're talking about the inculcation or indoctrination of narratives which are desired by the regime, that being AI education and this AI doctor, the AI doctor who presumably come the next pandemic or medical crisis will be the authority on what is and isn't truth regarding people's medical care. This is, again, a fusion of government and private industry. It is very Chinese style in that regard, a public-private partnership, as we hear constantly from the World Economic Forum.
The state capitalism. I told you this is what they've taken the Chinese model. The Chinese didn't become more liberal Democrats, the CCP, the criminal thugs there. They set up a perfect system of state capitalism and authoritarian control, a public-private partnership. That's what they mean when they say that. And look who's saying it, Schmidt, Mayorkas. You couldn't have the worst demons on earth. Talk to me one more time about what happened yesterday, the CTL. Give me about this announcement about this working of the Brits with the Americans. They say the Brits do this very well. As you know, Britain's military is not what it was. It don't have the Royal Navy that it used to be at the Nelson's Navy. You don't have the British Army is nowhere what it was in North Africa and our ally in Normandy. But British intelligence, MI5 and MI6, top drawer. They're quite sophisticated, as you saw by what they try to do to President Trump. Talk to me about that, Joe Allen.
Yeah, right as we were watching the AI summit put on by Axios, a story was produced by Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi. It regards the documents proving that there was collusion with both the UK government and the US government to suppress information online. Facebook was one of the major collaborators. The organization CTIL, or Cyber Threat Intelligence League, initiated by a defense researcher in the UK, but also partnering with Chris Krebs of our own Department of Homeland Security. And this was in the lead up to 2020. This was in the lead up to the COVID crisis. It was in the lead up to the election fraud crisis. And very much like the Twitter files, but as Schellenberger says, perhaps even more important because of its scale and intensity, you saw the collusion of the security state, both in the UK and the US, with big tech. Again, Facebook was a major actor in this to identify and suppress information that was deemed undesirable, as they would say, misinformation or disinformation. But as pretty much anyone with their head screwed on straight at this point knows what that ultimately meant was any information that challenged the authority of the NIH, of Anthony Fauci, that challenged the authority of the CDC, or challenged the authority of those in the federal government calling the 2020 election the safest, most secure election in history. Basically, what we're talking about is a 1984 style information suppression operation that at that point involved human beings utilizing algorithms to identify and suppress speech. But going forward, I believe that you're going to see much more autonomous uses of information suppression technologies. So basically AIs that scour the internet and are programmed to automatically flag and remove information. And perhaps even worse, a lot of the information is oftentimes considered dangerous, a threat.
Joe, real quickly, how do people get to you? How do they get to all your content?
You're going to find me at JOEBOTXYZ on Getter and Twitter. My website, joebot.xyz. You can see my upcoming tour dates there. Book available, Dark Eon, Transhumanism, and the War Against Humanity. Everywhere books are sold. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, brother. We're going to take a short break. We've got Gaffney, Bratt, Navarro. We're going to talk CCP, and we're going to talk economy, capital markets, all of it. Next in the War Room.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or have years of unfiled tax returns, you can be hit with wage garnishments, liens, levies. Anthem Tax Services are experts in tax relief and have represented over $650 million in tax liabilities. If we don't save you money or rework your payments, you get your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-528-2317.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Listen, shopping for insurance.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 policy for only $16 a month.
We could help you save more than 50% on life insurance.
Call us. SelectQuote. We shop.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Frank Gaffney joins us. Frank, thank you for changing your schedule around today and do this. But this gets to this whole thing of the financial crisis, the adding the $1 trillion. She comes over for a bailout. We did a special last night on the Taiwan election. We basically reinforced the fact. Remember, Taiwan's never been unified with China. It's not. This reunification is the wrong term. But we essentially signed off on the one China policy, which President Trump kept as more than strategic ambiguity. It was a free and prosperous Taiwan, the Republic of China. She needed Biden to do that, which he counted to. Plus, the 400 traitors, of which our book, The Indictment, named names like the Larry Finks of the world and Steve Schwarzman sitting right next to Xi and giving him a standing ovation and a toast. He needs a bailout, and your tax dollars and your pension fund money is going to do that bailout. When we got the CCP, they could collapse just like the shadow banking groups in China are collapsing, just like the regional banks are collapsing, just like the commercial and the residential real estate Ponzi scheme is collapsing. Why are we giving this guy the red carpet treatment, Frank, when the evidence and even more evidence is coming out in Newsom's People's Republic of California that shows that it ain't Wuhan anymore? They're putting the biolabs in the United States of America, sir.
Given to say, Steve, instead of the red carpet treatment, which she certainly got from Joe Biden, yes, but also Gavin Newsom, and as you say, the 400 traitors, he should be triggering a red alert in this country because just down the road from where they were meeting, in a community called Reedley outside of Fresno, we now know, thanks to a report, an investigation by the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, that there was a bio laboratory that had in it some 20 dangerous pathogens, including not only COVID and HIV and well, it appears Ebola, but also the means by which they could be replicated. And in the case of COVID, at least, genetically modified mice designed to contract the disease and then spread it around. And Steve, you've done a marvelous job talking up something that I think every American ought to be scared to death about. And that is not just the general problem of our open border, but the fact that tens of thousands of Chinese military-aged men, unaccompanied, fit, carrying identical backpacks and the like, have been migrating into the United States across our open southern border, looking an awful lot to trained observers like Michael Yan to be Chinese People's Liberation Army special operators. Now, if those special operators marry up with not only this facility, which has fortunately at last been closed in Reedley, but perhaps others, you could have a biological warfare attack against our country from within that would make the pandemic 1.0 look like a day at the beach. And we've got no attention. It took months for the CDC and the FBI to pay any attention to this laboratory at all, to get in there to inspect what was going on. I mean, this thing, it reeks of not just willful blindness, I'm sorry to say, or even just elite capture, as the Chinese Communist Party calls it. And we talk about it at length in the book, The Indictment, which thank you published here at War Room Press. But this reeks of absolute betrayal of our country, of a willingness to not only submit, but to sell it out. And the American people's lives are on the line on an epic scale if this biological warfare capability, which let's recall, they demonstrated a proof of concept of how devastating it could be with COVID. An actual unrestricted warfare attack described in the book by that name in 1999 as one of the elements of the kind of unrestricted warfare the Chinese Communist Party needed to wage against the United States. They've done it, and I'm fearful that they've got a lot more of this in store for us if we're not getting cracking,
Frank,
shutting these kinds of things down where we can find them.
You've got one of your minutes today, but I want to go to links. But before we get all your social media, how people see more about this lab in California, I've been told that from DHS numbers, there's 100,000 fighting age males from mainland China. That is 10 combat divisions of special forces. Right. Am I incorrect in that rough estimate? 10 combat divisions that has come
across? You could be right. It could be high. It could be low. Who knows? We haven't got a clue, really, who's coming across that border. But I think you're in the ballpark at the very least, Steve. But remember, 19 guys inflicted $1 trillion worth of damage to our country and our economy and our people on 9/11. You're talking about 1,000 of these guys, let alone multiples of 10,000s. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And it's been done deliberately by a controlled asset of the Chinese Communist Party, as our friend Sam Faddis calls him, Joe Biden, the commander-in-chief of the United States. People can find out a lot more about this. The report is published by the Select Committee on the CCP at their website, and I commend that to you all. We're going to do one of our Committee on the Present Danger China webinars tomorrow, Thursday at 1 p.m. I really encourage people to, subscribe to these programs, but we're going to drill down on this big time with Sam Faddis and a number of other experts, Steve Hatfield among them.
Okay. They're great. We'll push everybody to that. A free webinar tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on this very topic. Frank, real quickly, what's your social media? Where do people get to you?
I'm at Frank Gaffney. The program we do here on Real America's Voice is also to be found at securingamerica.tv. And a great resource is also securefreedom.org, Center for Security Policy, as well as presentdangerchina.org, where you need to register for that webinar. Please do so, and subscribe to all of them, for that matter.
Okay. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, my friend. God bless.
I wonder... We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back. CBS News, not Gateway Pundit, not Citizens Free Press. CBS News reports a typical American household must spend an additional $11,500 annually just to maintain the same standard of living they enjoyed on January 20th of 2021 when Donald Trump left the White House. Right before inflation soared to 40-year highs, according to recent analysis of government data. $11,500. That's what it costs the average American if they want to keep the same standard of living of the 4 years of peace and prosperity of Donald John Trump. They will do everything in their power to stop him. Short commercial break, 90 seconds. Back in a moment.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or have years of unfiled tax returns, you can be hit with wage garnishments, liens, levies. Anthem Tax Services are experts in tax relief and have represented over $650 million in tax liabilities. If we don't save you money or rework your payments, you get your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-528-2317.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Shopping for insurance.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome. It's Wednesday, 29, right? 29 November, year of our Lord, 2023. We're going to connect, and I think we're going to connect what this AI, the reorganization of the government, of what they're actually working on with the intelligence services, national security state. This is the rogue element of the administrative state, the deep state. With both elections, but also this pandemic. President Trump put out this great piece last night, one of his videos, of which he talked about what we talked about on the show yesterday, about, and we had Dr. Malone and others on, that you could see on Drudge, all of a sudden they're pushing, this flu coming out of China, and, Malone said this is just typical for children. It's nothing. The surge in Europe, they're talking about masking, all of it, because they understand they have to steal the election of 2024. They have to steal the election. So why not go back to tried and true mail-in ballots, all of that, all the madness. And now you know with AI what they've got coming for you on surveillance. So Brad's going to join us in Navarre. First I want to go, because he's got to bounce. Mike Lindell, tell me, two things are most important out there. Us fighting for President Trump so they don't try to bankrupt him in New York City with his bogus Moscow show trial, which gets more absurd every day. And also to make sure that they keep the lights on at MyPillow and they don't bankrupt you. How are we doing?
We're doing great, Stephen, and I finally have a piece about it. I'm actually out in California. I've started my big tour of the country again to help secure our elections. I'm meeting with my team out here. The big things going on in New Hampshire today, all across our country. But I have a piece because MyPillow, the manufacturing floor is full, the shipping's full, all the employees are working like crazy. And I want to thank the War Room Posse. They made it all possible. We're running our sale. We're going to extend it to the free shipping for another week and a half, and for free shipping on your whole order. They're making the MyPillow 2.0 and the mattresses and the mattress toppers, but the MyPillow 2.0 you're getting for 50% off, and we've added free shipping to your entire order. So they, and then you have, we have our Giza Dream Sheets, we have our sheets, we have mattress toppers, our beds are 100% made in the USA. You guys can do all your shopping there, and all your Christmas shopping, and I'm extending my 60-day money-back guarantee out to March 1st of 2024, so you can buy all your Christmas presents and get it all done and help not only MyPillow, all my employees, but you're helping everything I'm doing out there, that I can now head out on this 2-week tour here. Here's the free shipping on your entire order. Use the promo code War Room, everybody. You see you've got both kinds of sheets here, as low as $24.98 a set. Towels, $29.98. We have as low as, but there's the MyPillow 2.0. That's what they're all making right now. I left there yesterday, and they are all so happy. They love making products that help you all. And call that number, 800-873-1062. My operators, I hear from all the time, they love hearing from the War Room Posse. They're all on the same page with all of you, and they're just so grateful for all of you buying our products that actually help you. There's the mattress topper, everybody. Get those mattress toppers for yourself for Christmas. Turn your bed into a rejuvenation station. Those are the best mattress toppers, the best technology ever put in to a mattress topper, and for that matter, a bed too. We reverse engineer. All my products I reverse engineer. Problem, solution, and what will it manifest to help you all. So, Steve, I want to thank you all. I've got to get going. I'm going to meet with my team out here in California, and great things are going on in our country, everybody. And We're going to have full reports on the next couple weeks of our plan going into January and into the new year. But for right now, I can't thank the War Room Posse enough to buy all your Christmas presents. Get that done. It's easy. It's convenient. Call 800-873-1062. Promo code War Room.
And free shipping. Mike, thank you for making all the specials exclusive to the War Room. Our posse, the folks really appreciate
free
it.
Shipping on your entire order, everybody. Everything you buy now, free shipping. So, thanks, Steve.
Amazing. Mike, thank you. We'll keep the factory floor 100% capacity, that MyPillow 2.0. MyPillow.com, promo code War Room. 800-873-1062. And have a chat with the folks when you give them a call. Peter Navarro. Navarro, I got you on here and I got Brad on here. I got to talk capital markets. I got to talk the failure of Bidenomics, all that. But, and I just want to tee up Malone and Natalie for this afternoon. Since we've got a biolab forward deployed in California, just give me a minute, because you came out in April of 2020. Give me the there's all this back and forth. We got, was it Kadick saying something on Sherry's show in Australia? We pulled that clip. I think we're going to try to get Malone up today. He made the assertion yesterday. Just give us a snapshot, because this is about the 400 giving him a standing ovation, give a Shia a standing ovation. They hit us with the bioweapon. It did trillions of dollars of damage to our economy, and we're giving this guy a standing ovation, and they forward deployed another mini lab in California. Navarro, what do we know about this?
Okay, so Robert Kadlec, Dr. Robert Kadlec, was arguably the third most important person during the pandemic. And I met him early in February of 2020, right? That's just a month or two after Steve Bannon said there was a pandemic going on. I worked with him to do a lot of stuff through the agencies to get things going, the masks, the things, the treatments, and all of that, right? And he seemed like an honest bureaucrat. And I am stunned to find out that as he was looking me in the eye, he was working behind the scenes with Dr. Anthony Fauci to hide the truth about the origins of the Wuhan lab in order to protect these gain-of-function experiments, which led to the pandemic anyway. And Sherry Markson in Australia kind of did an interview with him, and he confessed, as it were. But what this means to me, Steve, is that Fauci needs to be locked up. Kadlec might share a cell with him, by the way, because this was a conspiracy at the highest level. And the reason why...
Okay, hold it, hang on. Whoa, hang on, stop, full stop. And I love how you get the old War Room logo. Grace and Mo, that's a merch item right there. That logo is the best. That was created by our own Raheem Kassam at the time.
This was the logo.
Go back and be specific, because I got Malone.
That there was a pandemic going on.
Exactly. Yes. And in the middle of January 2020, months before anybody else. But go back. What did Kadlec specifically? We're going to have the clips tonight. But why are you so worked up? What did he specifically say that has you so worked up?
He worked with Fauci behind the scenes to pressure everybody in the bureaucracy, including the CIA, to keep secret that the virus, the Wuhan lab, communist Chinese virus, came from Wuhan. What they did was Kadlec actively participated in a cover-up to make all of us believe that it came from nature. Now, here's why this is important, Steve. This is why Fauci should be in jail for murder. What we needed to know, what President Trump needed to know at the time, was if this thing came from the lab, he would have pressured Communist China to release the genetic design of the virus, which would have helped us immensely. I can't underestimate this. Would have helped us immensely design a much more effective set of treatments and vaccines. We were basically shooting in the dark with this mRNA thing, and it just became a series of lies. After we started going down the road to the mRNA faux vaccine, it's like Pfizer, Fauci, and maybe Kadlec hid the fact that stuff...
Okay, hold it. But hang on. Whoa, slow down. I've got that. But why did you need Kadlec And why couldn't the task force and you guys and ever get in the thing and find out? We were saying this on the War Room, and we had Hatfield only for 2 weeks before you guys took him.
So
how could Fauci? Hang on. Why is Fauci and Kadlec at the time so untouchable? Just basic human reasoning with the military. Wuhan's always been the military health care and medical facility of the People's Liberation Army since the 1930s. Let's say Kadlec did lie. Let's say Fauci did lie. So what? People lie. People cover up. There's agents of influence in there.
Don't bury the lead here. The fact that they didn't come clean about where that virus came meant that there wasn't enough political will inside the White House to pressure the communist Chinese to come clean on the genetic design of the virus. If we had known what it was,
hang on. Hang on. I got that part. For purposes of discussion, I give you that. I understand this. No, but I'm saying what?
Hang on, I'm going on.
You're telling me. Hang on.
Saying that this is from the Wuhan lab, and I'm getting stonewalled by everybody. And I told the boss twice to fire Fauci. He didn't do it because everybody else said bad idea, and so. This is why I'm so worked up, Steve, because I saw this just like you saw it. Miles Guo saw it, free Miles Guo, by the way. And now we learn more and more. And I get back to the fact that Fauci should be the one in prison. He should be stripped of every dollar he earned off this pandemic. And he should go down in history as the biggest mass murderer this side of Mao Zedong. This is incendiary, Steve. And I expect a legacy media to just ignore it. Fox won't even talk about it.
Well, we will get into the details of this. But one more time. Judas Pence chaired the task force.
Clueless.
Was Pence and everybody? I just want clueless, and nobody on national. Not one person.
We had no idea at that time that Fauci had engineered this gain of function stuff. If he had simply come clean when he knew about it, which was in December of 2019.
Hang on.
Millions of people could have been saved. Steve.
Slow down for a second.
Millions of people.
Slow down I got all that. I got that part.
The communist Chinese instead of Donald Trump for the pandemic, and he'd be sitting in the White House. So the virus made it close enough to steal, Steve, and Fauci did that.
I got all that part. Let me once again stipulate. I got that. Let me write that down, okay? I got that.
Yeah.
That's not the question I'm asking. You had Pottinger. See, here's what I don't understand. I don't understand, first off, as a fact, Obama's National Security Council, with Obama, outlawed the gain-of-function research because they saw what was going on. They said, hey, this thing is dangerous. Remember? Point one. Fauci then went to didn't take it through the chain of command.
Behind the back,
but when was it
technology policy? Okay. Who didn't have a chair at the time.
Who didn't have a chair at the time, and Price was gone at HHS. He got it reinstated during the first year in December of 2017, if I remember correctly, if memory serves me correctly. Knowing those two facts, you're telling me Pottinger and no one on the National Security Council raised an eyebrow like we did on the show day after day after day? There was quite. It was quite. Okay, let's hang on. We're going to come back on this. I love. Navarro reminds me of my brothers. That's how we used to fight around the dining room table. My parents say, knock it off, knock it off, knock it off. Dr. Peter Navarro. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to come back. This is actually quite massive. Malone was going to come on today. He's going to come back on tonight. I think we're going to get Natalie. Natalie's on top of this. This revelation by the great Sherry Markson at Sky News in Australia. Quite a bombshell. A bombshell in many different aspects, not just about the cover-up, about the action that was taken and the CCP's involvement. Short commercial break, back in a moment.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or have years of unfiled tax returns, you can be hit with wage garnishments, liens, levies. Anthem Tax Services are experts in tax relief and have represented over $650 million in tax liabilities. If we don't save you money or rework your payments, you get your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-528-2317.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Shopping for insurance.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 policy for only $16 a month.
We could help you save more than 50% on life insurance.
Call us. SelectQuote. We shop.
If you don't always eat right, including too much fast food, and you don't get enough exercise, you need Field of Greens. How will you know if Field of Greens is working? At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. I trust Field of Greens for my health, and you can too.
Get 15% off with promo code BOOST at fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money-back terms and conditions apply.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, we're going to have Malone on at 5. Natalie's going to be at 5. We're going to play the clips, and we're going to drill down this. This is quite huge, particularly the sense that the 400 gave. Remember, she needs a bailout. He needs a bailout. He needs access to American capital. He needs access to American technology, just like President Trump cut him off from. And that's why the 400, the business community, led by Navarre, two of your favorite people, sitting, on each side of she was Steve Schwartzman and Larry Fink.
Yeah.
Two of your favorites, Dr. Navarre. Okay, go ahead.
that jails Fauci, Fink, Schwartzman, these unregistered lobbyists. I mean, it's just. It's no wonder that Trump's doing so well in the polls, because people viscerally understand how these globalist people who control a lot of our institutions are just out to get him. I mean, we're just like cannon fodder for these people. I would be remiss here in not mentioning my article today in the Washington Times. To me, it's a really important thing. It's like. This election is going to come down to the ability of Joe Biden to make MAGA equal to the word extremism. I mean, that's their whole messaging. If they can do that, we're screwed. And what I do in Washington Times is I break down what MAGA really means and what it doesn't mean. And, it's the Iron Triangle, Steve. He goes back to what was on your board in the White House when you and I first got there. It's the fair trade versus free trade. It's the end to endless wars, and it's the secure borders. That's ultimately what the rock bed of everything we stand for in MAGA. And what they're trying to do is to make us look like extremists by moving us over to the social issues, election integrity, and things like that. So what I work through are those issues and how we in MAGA have to be essentially proselytizers for what MAGA really means and reject this idea that we're anything but mainstream. Because what we believe in, Steve, what you talk about every single day is as mainstream as it gets. I mean, it's the fiscal responsibility. It's why should we allow the world to cheat us in trade? It's like, why do we send trillions of dollars over to Afghanistan and Iraq and bring our sons and daughters home?
Hang on. I got all that. And it's common sense and it's common sense policy. But I think there's a phrase in a world of lies and tyranny, the person that speaks the truth is a revolutionary. Our policies right now are not mainstream. Our policies right now are common sense and what you must do to return America to her greatness. But, dude, when you've allowed 9 to 10 million illegal alien invaders into the country and you're paying for it at $500 billion a year, and there's not an uproar, the House of Representatives have not moved to McAllen, Texas, and just legislate from there until we stop this, then you're not mainstream. The mainstream in the country has gone to sleep. The mainstream in the country has been coward because they understand they're calling the MAGA people extremists. Well, hey, call us what you want. We're not going to be defeated, right? And we're going to implement these policies and then some. And you can see what they're trying to do. So I understand. I think it's common sense. These are common sense, traditional American policies. But we live in a time of totalitarian. You've had a constitution been ripped to shreds, and you've had a fourth branch of government called the administrative state that now is impervious to elections. They were impervious to Trump's 2016 election. You just laid out how the biopharmaceutical part of that essentially as rogues continue to do gain-of-function experiment, which is just weaponization of viruses to create bioweapons, and then lied about it and didn't care how many people in the United States died and the economic catastrophe that we've had since then. But let me go to a point about Biden. The magazine, the newspaper Messenger says the Bidenomics, as you said from day one, is unsellable. It's unsellable because it has catastrophic consequences, and it depends upon a radical theory that came from the French, which is modern monetary theory, which they bragged about. Deficits don't matter. Deficits don't matter. Deficits don't matter. So we know that's false. And now Biden's team is saying you can't sell that. Don't use that phrase. We have to be populist. Of course, the populism's not fair trade. The populism's not tariffs to protect or bring our manufacturing jobs back. It's not sealing the border. It's looking at charges that they're charging too much on airlines, that they're price gouging, et cetera. And they're using your Defense Production Act. Right now, they're saying, the supply chains are all the fault of it. We're going to use Defense Production Act, and this is all that, it's so much more complicated than that and really exacerbated by their terrible economic policies, sir.
Yeah, if I may pull away the curtain on this, Bidenomics basically is a big bet that's gone very bad, not just economically, but politically. The big bet that Biden and Yellen and everybody in the White House has made is that they can engage in a massive overstimulus and hope that things look rosy on Election Day, and who cares what happens the day after. That's the bet they made. But instead of getting prosperity, they're getting inflation and stagflation. And the polls are showing that even Democrats don't like the word Bidenomics. They're walking away from it. And it's basically the mirror image of what Trump would be doing. I mean, everything that Trump did, Biden has undone. He's fiscally irresponsible with the massive overstimulus. It's just insane to give away our strategic energy dominance the way he has and make us now subservient to the crown prince of Saudi Arabia and Putin's Russia. That's kind of crazy. And then opening up our border to these, the biggest invasion. You and I, Steve, we underestimated this. I said 2 million a year, like 2 years ago. right? And you go, what? And it's like, we're underestimating it. This is like the worst invasion we've ever had, but it brings in lower wages for our black, brown, and blue-collar Americans. It brings in communist Chinese and the soldiers and Islamic terrorists. It brings in drug cartels, human traffickers. They're flooding our cities. And look, Washington, D.C. is a wreck right now. New York City's a wreck right now. And it's just... I mean, everything is going wrong for Joe Biden, and Trump's the highest he's ever been in the polls. But it's a long way to go. And I'm telling you, Steve, as we stand here, it's going to come down to 6 states, and whether or not they can do what Obama did to Romney and what happened in the 22 cycle is like make this a social issue election. God help us.
Okay.
God help us if it happens. God help us. Thank God for the war.
Let me go back to this financial crisis for a second. September 18th, we passed $33 trillion. On December 28th, we're going to pass $34 trillion. Brother, you went to Harvard. You can do some math. You got that PhD that did you so well. From there, just do some math for me. How do we add $1 trillion? And we're not in a pandemic. There's no emergency. We've cut out the Ukraine funding from the budget. At least, how do you add $1 trillion in 100 days? And who's going to stop it? It can't be stopped now because you got to refinance a third of the $33 trillion short term at higher interest rates. How do you stop this train?
Yeah, it's crack cocaine coursing through the financial. So look, and I'm so disappointed with Speaker Johnson and our Republican House. I don't know what these people are thinking in there, but they just have not delivered on the fiscal cliff. They have not delivered on communist China. They have not delivered on the border. It's like, what is going on in their heads? Is there nobody on Capitol Hill who understands the gravity of this situation? And you were talking offline during the commercial about how they're going to push the CR out again. It's like, it's like Donald Trump's going to be president 2025, but boy, are we going to have a mess of problems we're going to have to solve because they're not doing it now.
Well, the solutions have to come now. Peter, where do they go to the Washington Times to get your piece, and how do they get all your other pieces up on your Substack?
Yeah, peternavarro.substack.com, peternavarro.substack.com. What I do on the Substack is I get the article out a little early, and then it goes up in the Washington Times on Tuesdays. It's just really important stuff that's been coming out, but peternavarro.substack.com. War Room, if you can support that, that'll help me get the message out, help us in this country. peternavarro.substack.com.
By the way, have you been on vacation for like 2 months? You look totally relaxed. You're still crazy, but you still look totally relaxed. What have you been doing? You've been just working out?
I was relaxed. I thought I did a pretty good impression of me being really pissed. Okay, so if that was relaxed, I'll try to amp it up a little bit, brother. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, my man. Thank you for
we got to get in fighting shape for 2024. It's going to be a tough race, Steve.
You got to do it. I know that, brother. Thank you.
All right, man.
Saving this republic. What a fighter. We're going to deconstruct this thing about the Wuhan lab and the gain of function at 5 o'clock. Natalie's going to join us. Malone's going to join us. I'm going to get to the bottom. Also, EJ and Tony's going to join us. He's going to walk through the $1 trillion in 100 days. Brad's going to join me on the other side. Go to birchgold.com/war room right now. Get Philip Patrick, /Bannon. We personalize this one, /Bannon. Make sure you get Philip Patrick and the team on the phone. Go to the website, get the number, get them on the phone, walk them through, ask them, and get yourself a big hot mug of Warpath coffee, right, at warpath.com. But ask Philip Patrick and the team, hey, explain this one to me. How are we adding $1 trillion in 100 days? And how's the Fed going to pay for that? Or we're going to print money to pay for that since they won't buy the bonds? And why are the BRICS, and particularly the Chinese, why are they buying gold at record rates? Tell me, explain to that. Then sit down with that hot mug of coffee and just think about it. Just think about it. Short break. Brat on the other side.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or have years of unfiled tax returns, you can be hit with wage garnishments, liens, levies. Anthem Tax Services are experts in tax relief and have represented over $650 million in tax liabilities. If we don't save you money or rework your payments, you get your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-528-2317.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Shopping for insurance.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 policy for only $16 a month.
We could help you save more than 50% on life insurance.
Call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Clog for as long as you own your home. Right now, get a complete leaf guard system for only $99 down, $99 a month, and $99 installation. You'll also receive a $100 Visa gift card with a free gutter inspection and in-home estimate. Damage from clogged gutters can cost you thousands. Never worry about clogged gutters again. Don't wait, you've still got time. Call 1-833-2-GUTTERS today. That's 1-833-2-GUTTERS.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay. In the sponsors, our category sponsors, one is the alternative economy, the patriot economy. The other is preparedness, self-reliance, and the other is health, and make sure that you take care of your health. The reason that when we talk to sponsors come to us, we want to make sure that it's in the flow of actually what's happening in this country. The Jace Medical guys. Now I want to go back to this thing of price gouging and Biden's new EO and new direction, knowing that Bidenomics he can't sell Bidenomics because he can't sell the frickin' bonds to Wall Street. It's not sellable. Their plan is catastrophic failure. So now he's going to shift on optics. One of the things you're starting to hear, price gouging by the greedy corporations, who are all their partners. The public-private partnerships are all their partners. It's all optics. But they're talking about supply chains. And this ties back to the CCP, the 400, the lab. Just as Jace Medical. Jace Medical, these guys at Jace Medical, the reason we love them, they took Rosemary Gibson's book in the early days when we had the pandemic show back in 2020, and she came on, she had this book that Big Pharma crushed for years and wouldn't let out there, that all the generics in the active pharmaceutical ingredients, API to 100%, generics to about 80%, but even the generics are made in India are controlled by the active pharmaceutical ingredients. And the team at Jace Medical, Dr. Sean and his team, Rowland, took it and made a business out of it. That's why and now they're talking about, we got these supply chain problems in the CCP. We know that. And this is why Human Agency, go to Jace Medical. I'm not telling you to get the service. I'm telling you to go there and find out what they've done, and you make the decision. These guys have been ahead of it, and I love people taking action on what is really an issue. This is signal. And now you're going to see Biden. You're going to hear all this thing about price gouging or supply chain. They're going to be pushing that nonstop. They've done nothing about it, and they're not doing anything to their corporate public-private partnerships about it. JaceMedical.com. Go check it out today. Brad, I had you on here about the capital markets and selling bonds. But, Brad, you make me feel better when you're doing the moral philosophy. And I need some. I know you're down at Liberty, your vice provost. You got to give me some moral philosophy. You're the best guy who can get back and make me feel better about going to the revolutionary generation. Everything on the show today, but particularly the start. The revolutionary generation was providential.
Yeah.
It's the reason this country is the New Jerusalem. These were men of the Enlightenment, but they were deeply, deeply, deeply religious. And that's why they set this nation up and took the best lessons of the Greeks and particularly the Romans, the Roman Republic. You saw about this tyranny that is about us, and it's the reason that the deplorables or the MAGA is this is like a Greek tragedy, is their efforts in building this civic society and providing the foundational elements and allowing the technology to develop, providing the capital through taxes and through their pension funds, the private equity, the venture capital. It's their greatest achievement is the weapon that's used against them to destroy them, their way of life, their children, and their grandchildren. So tell me, connect that to the revolutionary generation. The revolutionary generation is so incredible because they took on the British Empire just when it was about to hit the ascendant stage and said, we don't want that, and we're not going to tolerate these deadbeat landed aristocracy, and we're not going to tolerate the monopolistic power of the crown giving like the East India Company. Dave Bratt, make me feel better.
Yeah, well, after Navarro, I know that was a good one. I love that exchange, so I'll try to get spicy at the end of this thing. But yeah, you put your finger on it. You just nailed it all. It goes back to the Pilgrims and the City on a Hill, and then through the Revolution, and it's all one line of thought, right? Which goes back to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Jewish tradition. If anybody has time, I refer everybody to Jordan Peterson right now on this 16 series episodes of the book of Exodus with 6 of the smartest folks you'll ever see sitting around a table doing a Bible study. But he gets at truth in many different ways. And he obviously they're looking at the religious tradition, but he also deals with it in terms of psychology and empirical studies of human life and the mind and reality. And he has concluded, personally, he wasn't always on the faith wagon. And he's concluded just through reason alone that there is a reason to have a hope. And so he ties it into what's called teleology and telos, which means what you were just talking about. Everything is aiming at something. And in the Judeo-Christian West, of course, it's aiming at heaven is one way of putting it. It's also aimed at what Jesus preached every day, which is the coming kingdom of God, which he said is now at hand with you. The kingdom is amongst you because he was amongst us. And so that is what we've built up in the Western tradition. We've built up the dignity, the image of God in every human being. We built up the institutions which make that real. The rule of law is there to protect every individual. This is a nation ultimately of individuals. But what's true at the macro level for nations also has to be true at the micro level for individuals. And now we're tearing down all these institutions, which we set up since Magna Carta, right? Back in 1215, there was the first cracks against the king. And then we set up private property rights, which are absolutely essential. Try running a communist society when you don't own anything and you don't get the fruits of your hard work and labor all day. You won't work, right? We set up the family institution. The family is under attack and crumbling. And the one thing, even the evangelical church, the Catholic Church, the mainline churches, we don't talk enough about education anymore. The kids are not getting educated in any of this. And I'm not just saying that because I'm in the education sector. My whole life is devoted to ideas. So it's not just some formal education that you got to get a degree. The kids have to understand these ultimate foundations that go back ultimately to theology. God is, and always has been, the first principle, right? And then philosophy came alongside, and as the queen of the sciences was Socrates and Plato. And if you haven't read them, make sure you go read them. But as you just said, the Judeo-Christian tradition, and I've been writing all my secular friends lately, selling them hard. I got some New Yorker finance guys, and I get to talk to them. I won't name any names, but everybody on this show would know them if I said it. I say, "Are you Christian?" They go, "No, I believe in God and the spiritual kind of stuff and all that, But I'm like, "Come on, man! You believe it's true. You just don't want to go there." And so it's time for this country to go there, right? Deep in your heart, everybody knows, even in your mind, that there is a truth. There's an upstairs and a transcendent realm that everything's aiming at. Your life is aiming at something. It's not meaningless. And if you're willing to make that statement with Jordan Peterson, you have to draw the proper conclusions. We're heading toward the kingdom of God, and it's not a tyrannical God. It's a God who loves you. And speaking of tyranny, this whole Judeo-Christian system and everything we believe in, right, from the theology to the economics, et cetera, is under attack right now. And that system, we are being called tyrants. And we're being told that we're against democracy. We're the very history of ideas that created a republic, a democracy that works. What you don't want is a tyrant and a government so big that it can override the will of the people and take control of you, who are made in the image of God. And that's right where we are right now. And so keep your hopes up, but you gotta read the good book. There's nothing more important than that. Spend some time with God in that book and build yourself up, right? Start with Matthew, Mark, Luke, the book of John. I love John. I just made my way through John again. John is just remarkable. And then go with Jordan Peterson through the Exodus. And they got Prager on there, who's a great Jewish expert and human being, and just great commentary. And we need that. We need that first and foremost, because without that, you don't get the markets, and you don't get a good government, and you don't get good neighbors. And that really is the foundation for the West and for our future. Yeah.
You didn't totally get me there, but you got me feeling a little bit better. Okay, but people are sitting there going, hey, no, one of what they're trying to do and break the American civilization, and they're trying to break American civilization, and they're focused on the nuclear family and all that. With their power that they've gotten from controlling the Federal Reserve and controlling the ability to print money, and in controlling technology, because they're in cahoots, public-private partnerships with big tech and the national security state. How do you argue people are supposed to, hey, I can see the sunlit uplands, I see you telling me about hope, but how do you keep people from getting overwhelmed and say, hey, we got to be in this fight? Because there's not going to be any compromise. They're going to win or we're going to win. There's nothing to compromise here. It's either going to buy into a tyranny of a globalist, a globalist one world government, which is what they want, or you're going to be free men and free women. And there's nothing in between, because they're not going to tolerate free men and free women, because free men and free women get in the way and they're too mouthy, right? And they get too many opinions, right? And they want to do things their own way. The cussedness and grit of the American people, one of its great attributes, right, is something they despise. So tell me, in all of that, besides hope or hopium, right? How do you keep your focus, and how do people say, yeah, I got this, it's bad, it's going to get a lot worse, but we're going to get through this?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said that. This has been one of my riffs lately, my life sermon, and thanks for giving me 3 minutes of prep time for this sermon. But you're right. The key is we got to fight. And there's nothing wrong with fighting, right? There's nothing wrong. There's no contradiction between the holiness of God and the humility. You're only humble before God. If someone is telling you to be humble to them, boy, you got it wrong. And so the whole history of the good book, right, if you go back in the Exodus, is a political event. That is the central fight in the Hebrew scriptures, the Exodus away from tyranny and the Pharaoh in Egypt. And Moses was a fighter. Before he led the people out of bondage, he killed an Egyptian soldier. King David, King Saul, on and on and on. It's all fighting, right? And so the people that say, well, we're all about holiness and just being religious and the sentimentality and just the spirituality, they're missing the point of why did God put you here on earth? And so we do need to fight for these things. Jesus put up a fight. Everyone says Jesus was humble. He certainly was. He also said, I am the Son of God. And he said, before Abraham was, I am.
Read. I tell everybody, start with Mark. Read Mark.
Yep.
That's and the reason they don't teach Mark in the seminaries, and the reason they don't preach Mark from the pulpit is Mark is Jesus as exorcist. It's him and the devil. It's no compromise.
Yep.
It's him and Satan from the opening, from the very open all the way through. By the way, Dave, I'm gonna let's get to your social media in a second, but this is the way I describe Fauci and Garland and Schmidt and Mayorkas, and of course all the tyranny you heard at the beginning. You see, so overwhelming. They got all this. They're playing this. They got your money. See Pharaoh's army heading towards the Red Sea.
Yeah,
that's what they are. They're nothing more than Pharaoh's army. See Pharaoh's army heading towards the Red Sea. Dave Bratt, how do people follow you, sir?
Yeah, just Bratt Economics on Getter. I was going to cover the bond debacle, the bet on America. The financial markets are betting against America right now. They're not buying the 30-year Treasury bond. And you need to bet on America. We need to put our bet on America and regain our faith.
I'm going to have you back on here to talk about how the secular world is giving the thumbs down to the Biden business model viciously, and how it's going to affect you. Dave Bratt, thank you very much, brother. We'll go together and get all your information, have you back on here. Thank you for making me feel better.
Thanks, Steve. It's great.
They're nothing but Pharaoh's army, and they're heading towards the Red Sea. We're going to win this. We're going to win this. Short break. Back in a moment.
Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Call the number on your screen today. It's a free call.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or have years of unfiled tax returns, you can be hit with wage garnishments, liens, levies. Anthem Tax Services are experts in tax relief and have represented over $650 million in tax liabilities. If we don't save you money or rework your payments, you get your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-528-2317.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
It's not shopping for insurance.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 policy for only $16 a month.
We could help you save more than 50% on life insurance.
Call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
If losing weight has you frustrated, a group of doctors created a remarkable weight loss supplement called Lean, and it's very encouraging. help burn fat by converting excess fat into energy, and reduce appetite so you eat less. If you've tried everything to lose weight, non-prescription lean could be the answer you've been searching for.
Visit TakeLean.com and get 15% off with promo code TRIM at TakeLean.com.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We're going to get to all of how the bond market, the international capital markets, are not supporting Biden's business model. We're going to do EJ Antonio is going to join me tonight to talk about that. Andy Biggs is going to talk about what's actually going on in the spending fight and also what's happening at judiciary and oversight. He'll be on for that. Malone and Natalie are going to join us to get to the bottom of this Wuhan lab. Explosive revelations by Sherry Markson and Channel 4 or Sky News over in Australia. Charlie Kirk follows us at noon. Don't miss Charlie. Posobiec after that. We're back 5 to 7. The 6 o'clock show is going to be explosive, so we're on fire here, and we really appreciate you guys joining us. Politico, I talked about it the last couple of weeks. It's all coming true. Politico's now got Jamie Dimon, and I think CNBC also. Huge stories of Nikki Haley. Jamie Dimon, it's even worse than I described, because I described the Kochs and the elites of Republican Party coming together around Haley to be the alternative to Trump, but particularly also to force her way into the next Trump administration. Jamie Dimon has the head of chairman, CEO of J.P. Morgan, he has a meeting with liberal Democrat massive donors. And he's telling the liberal progressive Democrats on Wall Street, throw money behind Nikki Haley. You got to chop block Trump in this Republican primary. That Trump needs a challenger. And what they want to do is cripple Trump at every step of the way. And the Murdoch News is playing in this. You got Sean Hannity and these clowns on Thursday night. We'll have this debate to try to put Newsom and DeSantis up as national figures. And then the Republican Party, Dave Bossie and Ronna McDaniel, both guilty, are playing the same madness on these debates the following week to profile Nikki Haley. They must take down Donald J. Trump. That's their focus. They must take down Trump. That is the focus, because they take down Trump, they take down MAGA. We got clips from Johnson and clips from Jordan. Let's play that right now, and I'll come back.
Okay, Jamie, this story is as old as time. You have a politician who does certain things. Those actions benefit his family financially, and then there's an effort to sweep it all under the rug. And we know this has happened. The best example is to use the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. 4 key facts. Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma. Fact number 1. Fact number 2, he's not qualified to be on the board. He said so himself in an ABC interview. He said he got the job because of his last name. Fact number 3, the executives at Burisma asked Hunter Biden specifically, will you weigh in with folks in D.C. to help us deal with the pressure we are under? A few days later, Joe Biden gets on a plane, flies to Kyiv, and announces that you will not get the money that was already approved unless you fire the prosecutor who was applying the pressure. That all happens. Those key facts happen, and those facts are confirmed by some of the evidence we've uncovered already. This 1023 form, where the confidential human source told the FBI, and it was recorded in this form. Those are the key facts, and now it's important. We got a lot of those key facts when we interviewed one of Hunter Biden's business partners, Mr. Archer. It's important we talk to the others. We need to talk to Eric Schwerin. We need to talk to Rob Walker. We need to talk to Tony Bobolinsky, and we're in conversations with their lawyers, and we think those are going to happen. And we need to talk to Jim Biden, who was also in business with Hunter Biden. Those things need to happen, and then, as the chairman just said, as Chairman Comer just said, we will have Hunter Biden in a deposition, and frankly, I think in an open hearing. I think that would be great. That's what needs to happen, so the American people get the facts, get the truth, and we can make a decision on how we move forward as a conference.
Thank you all for being here. These are serious times, and this is a very serious matter. And I've said many times over the last few years, because impeachment has been an issue that we've all become all too familiar with, that next to the declaration of war, you can make an argument that impeachment may be the heaviest power that Congress holds. That constitutional responsibility lies with the House. We have a duty to pursue the facts where they lead. John Adams famously said facts are stubborn things, and you heard a recitation of that here this morning. These facts are alarming. They're alarming to the American people. They are alarming to us. And so while we take no pleasure And in the proceedings here, we have a responsibility to do it. We're very proud of the work of these three chairmen that you've seen here, Chairman Comer and Jordan and Smith. They've done an exceptional job in uncovering the obvious corruption. And you've heard it here summarized this morning very succinctly. President Biden and the Biden family. We owe it to the American people to continue this process, but to do it methodically and transparently. Many of you know I'm a lawyer, I'm a constitutional law attorney. I served on President Trump's impeachment defense team twice. And we lamented openly and we decried how the Democrats politicized that process. They were brazenly political and how they brought those meritless impeachment charges against the president. What you're seeing here is exactly the opposite. We are the rule of law team. The Republican Party stands for the rule of law. And the people in charge of this are doing this thoroughly, carefully, methodically. They're investigating and gathering all the facts. And to do this appropriately and to do it in a manner that upholds our constitutional responsibility requires time. It requires a sound process. You don't rush something like this. You can't if you're going to have fidelity to the Constitution. These chairmen are committed to proceeding in that manner. And that's what you're seeing. We've heard from whistleblowers, Biden business associates, legal experts, and now we have reached the point in the investigation that we need to hear from a handful of really key witnesses in this. The chairmen have issued a few dozen subpoenas, and we expect that those are to be complied with in an expeditious manner. We're not prejudging this. We will follow the facts wherever they lead. Again, that's our constitutional duty. And I fully support our chairman and their efforts, and we'll have a lot more to share on this in the days ahead.
Okay, punch bowls leaked that Emmer had a conversation. This is all in. They're heading down this path. We're going to make sure this is obviously real and must be done. This is not going to be a shiny toy, and it will not take us off. The main thing is not just Biden's corruption, but what he's done, what his corruption led him to do to the American economy and to the American people's balance sheet, because on that you can't reverse. We're going to be back here 5 to 7 tonight. We will be lit, I'll guarantee you. I think every show going forward is just going to be more and more intense as we go through more and more turbulence. One thing about turbulence and AI, the cyber attacks are increasing. Go to HomeTitleLock.com right now. HomeTitleLock.com right now. Check it out. Immerse yourself in the information. Do not let any cyber criminal armed with artificial intelligence get to your title and take out a hard money loan that you have to pay off. Remember, the hard money lenders don't want to hear your tale of woe. Well, I didn't know they could do that. It's about self-reliance, and we're going to need that going forward. I want to thank the team at Real America's Voice, and of course my own crack production team here in the War Room, Grace and Mo, everybody pushing it out, all you for being force multipliers. Nothing can be more important than being a force multiplier right now. Take all the great content, whether you're on our Telegram channel, whether you're over there with Carly Bonet and the team over at Midnight Rider or in Getter, or the ever rough and ready crowd at Rumble. We love you guys. You come in little times with sharp elbows. That's okay. We love that. We'll be back here 5 to 7 tonight. Where are you going to be? Back in the War Room. See you then.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company.
should have said it.